Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Veterans Affairs. Cheryl Mason of North Carolina to be Inspector General, Department of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
throughout my annual 99 county tour of Iowa, I've learned firsthand from patients and pharmacists about the powerful and negative role that pharmacy benefit managers play in our prescription drug supply chain. I led a 2-year investigation into insulin pricing gouging that showed PBMs encourage drug makers to spike the drug's list price in order to offer greater rebates. This secured manufacturers' priority placement on covered meds, all at the expense of patients. I pressed the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, to study PBMs. The FTC's 2 interim staff reports are very helpful, but I'm eager to get the FTC's full study. In April, I held a Judiciary Committee markup that advanced to the Senate floor my prescription pricing for the People's Act. The bill will hold the FTC accountable for producing their PBM study in a timely manner. A timely report on PBMs is critical, but we can stop some anti-competitive PBM behavior today. Arbitrary clawbacks and spread pricing are documented tactics PBMs deploy to fill their pockets at the expense of patients and pharmacies. This must stop. Senator Cantwell and I worked on the PBM Transparency Act through the Commerce Committee to direct the FTC to stop deceptive and unfair pricing schemes by PBMs and require more transparency. I've also worked on and supported the Finance Committee's PBM legislation from the last Congress. Iowans are fed up with the skyrocketing cost of prescription drugs and reduced access. Americans are fed up. They're eager for Congress to act to put a stop to shady PBM practices. I look forward to making this happen and passing PBM reforms. Mr. President, we've had about 3 different approaches to PBM reform, probably co-sponsored by 65 to 70 senators in the United States Senate. I know that Senator Cassidy of Louisiana is working real hard to bring together one piece of legislation out of these 3. I want to encourage him. I have encouraged him, and I said that I would work with him to help accomplish this. And I thank Senator Cassidy for his leadership in this area, and he's chairman of one of the important committees working on PBM legislation. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The Leader is correct. Clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
H.R. 4016, an act making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2006, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, appropriations season is well underway. The Senate Appropriations Committee has so far passed 6 bipartisan appropriations bills, and Republicans are ready to consider a package of appropriations bills and have a floor process, one that involves serious amendments from both sides of the aisle. Amendments designed to improve the bills, not score political points or sink the bills with poison pill measures. And there have been some encouraging signs that some of my Democrat colleagues are ready to come to the table on this. And I hope that will prove to be true, and that we'll be able to finish an appropriations package in the coming days and then work with the House in August to get the legislation ready to send to the President. We're going to have a lot more appropriations work to do in September, and I will continue to push for a regular order process with debate and amendment on the Senate floor. And hopefully my Democrat colleagues will support that effort. It is in the interest, Mr. President, of both parties to have a regular order bipartisan process, and at least some Democrats have acknowledged as much. It would be nice to see that attitude prevail in the Democrat Party generally. I will say, Mr. President, it was disturbing to see the Democrat leader threaten to shut down the government a few weeks ago, and I really hope, the Democrats will not embrace that position. Mr. President, in addition to moving forward on an appropriations package, the other thing we need to get done in short order is a package of nominations. Now, while Senate Republicans have made excellent progress on confirming nominees, we could be a lot farther along if Democrats hadn't so far decided to slow walk every single civilian nomination from the President. I don't need to tell anyone here that it's usual for presidents to get a percentage of their nominees confirmed quickly here in the Senate by either unanimous consent or voice vote. That's been the practice for decades. By this point in his presidency, Joe Biden had had 121 civilian nominees confirmed, and 49 of them had been confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent. 49, or a full 40%. Mr. President, you want to know how many civilian nominees President Trump has had confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote? None. 0%. Now, Mr. President, I think it's important, I got a chart here just for purposes of informing people about what this looks like, as I mentioned, over the past several decades. If you start with President H.W. Bush, 41, 98% of his nominees to positions in the federal government were confirmed by either unanimous consent or voice vote. In other words, basically the recognition was that these are people who need to be in these positions, these are important jobs that need to be filled in our government so people can carry out the responsibilities and duties on behalf of our country. 98% of the nominees were confirmed either by unanimous consent or voice in his first term. So let's go back to a Democrat president, Bill Clinton. Same thing, Mr. President. 98% of President Bill Clinton's nominees were confirmed either by unanimous consent or by voice vote. In other words, both sides agreeing in a bipartisan way that it's important to have positions in our government filled. So that's Bill Clinton, Democrat president. Then we had George W. Bush, 43. 90% of his nominees were confirmed either by voice or unanimous consent. 90%. Then you get another Democrat president, Barack Obama. 90% of his nominees were confirmed either by voice or unanimous consent. 90%. Meaning that pretty much everybody here on both sides of the aisle recognized that there are important positions in our government that need to be filled, most of which, or at least many of which, like they are today, are bipartisan when they come out of the committee. Well, then we move into President Trump's first term. That number dropped down to 65. And then, of course, in the Biden administration, Republicans also started to say, well, if the Dems are going to do it, we will too. That number dropped down to 57. But it's still important to point out, Mr. President, that even in the last Democrat presidency with Joe Biden, 57% of his nominees to positions within the federal government were confirmed either by unanimous consent or voice vote here in the United States Senate. And then you look at the current president, President Trump, in second term, 0. This isn't sustainable. We can't keep on this track, Mr. President. This has got to change. And it will change. Either the Democrats are going to play ball, or we're going to figure out a way to change it. But we can't have a federal government. By the way, there are 1,100 executive branch nominations, which in my view is way too many to start with, that have to come through the Senate for confirmation. 1,100 of them, many of whom at this rate aren't going to get in their jobs before President Trump leaves office. You just can't do this. This isn't a sustainable practice. So something's going to give. The Democrats are going to start to play ball and do what every other Congress, Republican and Democrat, with every other president, Republican and Democrat, has done when it comes to allowing the president who won an election fair and square, and tens of millions of people voted for him, to be able to put his people into their respective offices so they can do the job that the American people, and he can do the job the American people voted for him to do. So I'm just going to say one more time, Mr. President, 0. 0. And as recently as the last presidential administration, a Democrat President, Joe Biden, 57% were confirmed by unanimous consent. So let me just say, Mr. President, there are important jobs in the government that are currently standing empty 8 months now into this president's term because Democrats have dragged out the confirmation process and denied President Trump the courtesy that Republicans and Democrats alike in the past have extended to previous presidents. Now, Mr. President, I will say that I do think there are at least some of my colleagues, Democrats on the other side of the aisle, who would like to maintain the kind of courtesy on nominations that prevailed in the Senate before this year. And I'm hoping, really hoping, that those more pragmatic Democrats will prevail and pave the way for us to work together for the next few days to approve a nominations package. We have a lot of bipartisan nominees who are available for consideration right now, and we should be able to quickly approve their nominations. And again, Mr. President, I hope that my Democrat colleagues will come to the table. Otherwise, we're going to be spending a whole lot more time here on the Senate floor. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Trump announced what he called a deal with South Korea. And it's very similar to the deals we saw with Japan and the European Union. It's all talk, no substance. All hat, no cattle, and raises the costs for average Americans. Now, instead of levying a 25% tariff, as he threatened, Donald Trump says South Korea will face 15% tariffs. And then he pretends like that's some kind of victory. 15% is far from a victory, because it is American families who are ones who are going to have to pay for it in the end. And raising your prices by 15% on imported goods, that's a lot of money to a lot of people. In fact, we got some more news this morning. According to the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge, inflation continues to accelerate as Trump tariffs continue to hammer American pocketbooks. That means Americans are paying more. Inflation goes up, the American family pays more. That's because, in part, of Donald Trump's tariffs. That sure doesn't sound like a golden age to me. And just like the supposed deals with Japan and the European Union, Donald Trump has claimed that South Korea will invest billions towards the U.S. The problem is there's no way to enforce what Donald Trump is saying. It's just talk, more talk, no action. That's all he does. When he announced his deal with the EU, for instance, the EU immediately said there's no way they're going to be able to meet the kind of investments Donald Trump was bragging about. The EU stated publicly the agreement was non-binding and there was no plan to back it up. So on day one, Donald Trump talks about some huge number that'll be invested in America. And the next day, the people who say they're investing say, no way, it's not happening. The same thing happened with Japan. In Japan, they said, and when after Donald Trump announced $500 billion investment, that they will only be able to invest 2% of what Donald Trump bragged about. So listen to what the negotiators from the other side say the day after Trump puts out his braggadocio. If they're being totally honest, the Europeans, the Japanese, the Koreans would announce that day that what Donald Trump is saying isn't true, but they're announcing it the next day, and people hear it. It's so typical of Donald Trump. He makes bold promises, talks a big game, but when reality sets in, he changes the goalposts, makes excuses, lies about what he's done, and then the American people are left paying the price because his policies hurt them. And it may get worse. At midnight tonight, unless Trump changes course, a slew of tariffs will come into effect for dozens of countries that include America's most important trading partners. 4 months since Donald Trump's so-called Liberation Day, his trade war has been an experiment in chaos, dishonesty, and inflation. Donald Trump has launched America against the rest of the world without a clue, it seems, of what he's trying to do. He seems to make it up every morning when he wakes up. And if what he says 2 days later contradicts what he said previously, he doesn't care. Lying doesn't matter to him. And he doesn't believe the American people will see through it, but they do. Americans are left paying, meanwhile, more of out-of-pocket expenses for everyday goods. It's estimated the average household pays $2,400 a year extra. That sure doesn't sound like a golden age to me. And more problems. The tariffs are affecting companies, businesses, large and small. Yesterday, Ford said that Donald Trump's tariffs will cost the company $2 billion, $2 billion, and that is certainly going to be passed on to the consumers. Imagine what that $2 billion could do if there weren't the tariffs. Ford might have hired more workers, invested in more plant. What Donald Trump is doing, costing Ford $2 billion, costing companies billions more, that doesn't sound like a golden age to me. Amazon, Walmart, popular toy companies, and other retailers say price hikes may very soon happen. That's where everybody shops. Americans are going to pay more for their groceries, more for their toys, more for their clothes, more for their cars. As families get ready to send their kids back to school, they're facing the pinch as the cost of clothes and pencils and backups and all that kind of stuff goes way up. Doesn't sound like a golden age to me. So Donald Trump can say and stay in his bubble. He can pretend like 15% tariffs on our biggest partners are a cause for celebration. But Donald Trump should ask the American people if 15% more for everyday goods is a victory. He won't like what they tell him. Now on China. Meanwhile, if there's one country that has benefited from Donald Trump's tariff chaos, it's China. We all know that Trump loves to talk tough against Beijing, but a closer look at the Trump administration's actions towards them show it's just that, talk. Over the past few weeks, Donald Trump has granted the Chinese government greater access to American advanced AI chips, vital to our national security. Trump has done a complete flip-flop once again. First, his administration blocked these chips from being sold to the Chinese entities. That was a huge win. But now that's gone out the window. Donald Trump is also hitting the brakes on new restrictions on other sensitive tech exports to Chinese companies, perhaps hoping it helps trade talks. Meanwhile, reports are out that Donald Trump canceled a long-planned high-level security meeting with Taiwan and even blocked their president from coming to the U.S. Donald Trump, our national security should never be a bargaining chip, least of all when dealing with Beijing. But, Mr. President, you somehow think otherwise. President Biden, who I know you don't like, put a lot of these restrictions in because he saw the dangers of China, and you're backing off. So while Donald Trump wants America to think he is a tough guy when it comes to the Chinese government, when it comes to Beijing, his actions over the last 6 months show a pattern of appeasement. And he's unwittingly sending a clear message to adversaries around the world. Under Donald Trump, America's security, prosperity, and technological edge are open to negotiation. Dollar for dollar, person for person, our tech is better than the Chinese. But when we give them access to what might be family jewels in terms of tech, in terms of chips, in terms of AI, since they spend more money than we do after Doge and all those cuts, they're going to get ahead of us. And our children and grandchildren are going to regret it. So will we. On Social Security, it's just a parade of horribles coming out of this administration. Yesterday, the Trump administration did something they rarely do. They told the truth. It wasn't Donald Trump, but it was one of his minions. They told the truth. The Trump administration said, in this case, they talked about wanting to privatize Social Security. In the middle of an interview, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent said the so-called Trump accounts that Republicans passed in their big, ugly betrayal could one day be used by Americans as a replacement for Social Security. Listen to what Bessent said. The accounts that they put into this horrible, big, ugly betrayal bill are a back door for privatizing Social Security. That's what Bessent said, the highest-ranking economic official probably in the administration. He says they put in their big, beautiful bill, the so-called big, beautiful bill, a back door to privatize Social Security. I don't think our senior citizens think that's a big, beautiful bill when it could privatize their Social Security. Has America heard it? They're hearing it. This is what Donald Trump and his cronies think about your benefits, America. They want to privatize them. They want to give it over to Wall Street. They want to eliminate a bedrock of this country, Social Security, probably the most popular government program ever created, and has done so much good for so long. Why are they doing it? Why do they want to think of privatizing Social Security? Just to line the pockets of the wealthy elite. Now, of course, Secretary Bessent had to rush to Twitter later to do a little cleanup. But the truth came out, the real truth. Actions speak louder than words. And the actions Donald Trump and his gang are taking against Social Security speaks volumes. For months, the Social Security Administration has suffered from the laceration of the Doge chainsaw, laying off thousands of staffers, closing local offices, and beneficiaries hanging in limbo. Now SSA is forcing the field office workers who are left to shift from work with the local beneficiaries who come in with appointments instead of answering the phone lines because they don't have enough staff. You call up, you have to wait and wait and wait if you get service at all. More delays in answering questions, more delays in processing benefits, and perhaps that is the point. I'm pretty certain it is. Donald Trump and Republicans know they can't come right out and say they want to end Social Security outright. So what does he do? What does Trump do? He and his cronies sabotage Social Security from within. Instead of one lethal blow, the Trump administration is engaged in an act of strangulation, making Social Security so unworkable, so problematic, and so inefficient that they create the pretext for privatizing it. And Secretary Bessent's comments yesterday more or less gave up the game. In their view, Social Security is not part of America's future. But in the views of the overwhelming majority of Americans, it sure is. Trump and his people want to end guaranteed benefits and tie the dignity and survival of seniors to the whims of Wall Street. Democrats will fight this every step of the way. We believe in Social Security. The rail merger. This week, Union Pacific, the largest freight railroad in America, announced its intention to acquire Norfolk Southern in an $85 billion mega merger, the largest railroad deal in history. If approved, this deal would cut down the industry from 4 major players to just 3, pushing us even further down the road of dangerous consolidation and monopoly power. And right on cue, the companies are already making the same tired claims. This merger will promote competition, improve service, benefit workers and customers alike. History tells us the opposite. The last 4 decades of railroad mergers have led to worse service, worse safety, worse working conditions, higher costs for shippers, which ultimately means higher prices for consumers. They also promise no union jobs will be cut, but we've heard that before from the same executives who laid off thousands of workers while raking in record profits. That's why Smart TD, the largest rail union in the country, is opposed to this deal. They know what's coming. Job cuts, corner cutting, corporate greed at scale. The Surface Transportation Board has a responsibility to protect competition, to protect safety, protect the public interest. This is a hostile takeover of America's infrastructure, and it's a test for the Trump administration. Will they side with the railroad oligarchs, or will you side with the workers and families? If Donald Trump rubber stamps another merger that hands over critical infrastructure to a corporate cartel, he'll prove once again that he's not on the side of working Americans. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President.
It's ready, Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, let me bring up what I heard the minority leader say yesterday. Yesterday, he came to this floor, and when he left the floor, he went out to hold a press conference. At that point, the minority leader bragged that the Democrats were introducing a bill to repeal the entire health care section of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Here's what the minority leader won't tell you, Mr. President. The Democrats' plan would completely eliminate the $50 billion designated for rural hospitals all across our country. The minority leader will not tell you that or anything about it because he prefers to focus on fear rather than the facts. Republicans created this rural hospital fund because rural hospitals are in trouble. In the last decade, since Obamacare became law, over 100 rural hospitals across the country have closed. Only 10 new ones have opened. Hundreds more are now at risk of closing due to the financial strain. The $50 billion Rural Hospital Fund was created to address just this crisis. Every single Democrat voted against helping rural hospitals. Now they want to eliminate the fund designed to help our rural hospitals, regardless of the damage that it will do to health care all across America. With their actions yesterday here in the United States Senate, Democrats would make our health care system weaker for those who need it the most. Now, Mr. President, I'd like to turn to the issue of nominations. Yesterday, Leader Thune filed cloture on a number of nominations, one of whom is Brian Nesvik. Brian is a nominee to be the director of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. The people of Wyoming know Brian very well, and they know him as a fierce advocate for Wyoming. He is the definition of qualified, and he is one of the very best of Wyoming. He has been the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department since 2019. Prior to that, he served in the Wyoming Army National Guard since 1986, Brigadier General, Bronze Star recipient. As the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Director, Brian's going to play a critical role in conserving our natural resources. He's going to take the reins at a time when politics, not science, have too often driven decisions by the agency. I look forward to working with Brian to restore science to conservation policy. Brian isn't just the man for the job. I tell you, I really like and admire him. I met him overseas when he was commanding our troops. I think it was in Kuwait in 2013, respected by the troops and then respected as Wyoming's Game and Fish Director. So I look forward to his confirmation. Congratulations to Brian. You know, I had the honor of introducing him at his confirmation hearing in March. The committee approved his nomination, and that was 112 days ago, which is the issue of nominations in general, Mr. President. People of Wyoming ask me on weekends, why hasn't Brian been confirmed yet? He had his hearing. We saw it on television. It was passed by the committee. That was almost 4 months ago. Why isn't he in the job today? Well, let me tell you why. It's because really unprecedented Democrat obstruction. For 7 months, Senator Schumer and his band of Democrat obstructionists have thrown the kitchen sink at President Trump's nominees. That's why, right at this moment, 161 highly qualified nominees like Brian have not yet come to the Senate floor for a vote. I'm talking about nominees who have had hearings, had their paperwork done, had FBI background checks, and have been approved by a positive vote of a committee of the United States Senate. Many of these received Democrat support in the committee. Each and every one of them is now stuck in what I consider Senate procedural purgatory. They've been stalled, they've been stonewalled, and systematically delayed by Senate Democrats. This isn't advise and consent. No, this is obstruct and delay. If President Trump nominates you, they're against you. That's the new litmus test. Nominated by Trump, not good enough for the Democrats. Some people call it Trump derangement syndrome. It has consumed the Senate Democrat caucus. Historically, the Senate has found ways to work together to fill important positions in our government and do it in a timely manner. During President Trump's first term, by the time Congress recessed for the August break, the Senate had confirmed 133 nominees. 79 of them were confirmed by voice vote. During President Biden's term, 150 nominees were confirmed by the time the Senate departed for the August recess. 76 of them were confirmed by voice vote. Here we are, President Trump's second term. Zero, absolutely zero nominees have been confirmed by voice vote. That's totally unprecedented. President Trump is the only president in modern history to not have a single nominee confirmed by voice vote. Obstructionist Democrats are turning the Senate into the world's slowest human resources department. It's by design. They have filibustered every single Trump nominee following the confirmation of Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State on day one of the administration. Democrats are doing this regardless of the qualifications of these highly qualified individuals. They do it regardless of bipartisan support in the committees. They do it regardless of precedent and regardless of urgency. Democrats filibustered the chief of protocol at the State Department. They filibustered the assistant administrator at the Environmental Protection Agency. They filibustered the assistant secretary for communications and information at the Department of Commerce. They filibustered the secretary of industry, the undersecretary for industry and security at the Department of Commerce. They filibustered the undersecretary for research and engineering at the Department of Defense. They filibustered the undersecretary for memorial affairs at the Department of Veterans Affairs. They even filibustered the general counsel for the Department of Agriculture. All qualified, all delayed, simply because President Trump has nominated them. Even positions that have never been subject to a roll call vote in the United States Senate have not been spared. And when nominees finally get a vote on the Senate floor, many have been confirmed with bipartisan support. A president deserves to have his team in place. President Trump deserves to have his team in place. And America deserves to have leaders on the job. Democrats have set a sad new standard for obstructing confirmations. Republicans will not stand back while Democrats weaponize the Senate rules, sabotage the process, and paralyze the executive branch. Republicans will do what needs to be done to get President Trump's team in place. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Mason nomination.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture under the previous order.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Cheryl Mason of North Carolina to be Inspector General, Department of Veterans Affairs, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Cheryl Mason of North Carolina to be Inspector General, Department of Veterans Affairs shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. I just called. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina,
Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Crapo, Curtis, Grassley, Haggerty, Johnson, Lee, Moody, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Gillibrand, Lujan, Markey, Whitehouse. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Ship, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Miss Rosen, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Miss Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Miss Duckworth, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. You cut.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 41. The motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination Department of Agriculture, Tyler Clarkson of Virginia to be General Counsel.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich.
Okay, Bill, I'm looking forward to these BLTs. This should be good. The tomatoes have been trucked up here. That will work out. We have the bacon. The dessert looks pretty good, too.
Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Rounds, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Banks, aye.
Yeah, you must keep, like, the curator.
Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
All right. The ayes are 52, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. My remarks were written 3 days ago, and the purpose of writing those remarks 3 days ago was to come to the floor and tell you about a person that I think should not be working for the federal government. And then the next day, I found out somebody in government was smart enough to see that this guy was fired. But I'd like to now tell the Senate why I think people like this shouldn't be working for the federal government, and why I obviously thought he should be fired. This refers to Dr. Vinay Prasad, and it was recently in the Wall Street Journal published an article on this person. Until Tuesday, Dr. Prasad served as the Food and Drug Administration's FDA Chief Medical and Scientific Officer and as the Director for Biological Evaluation and Research. I wonder how he got the job in the first place, and you'll understand through my remarks why I wonder how he got that job. He was appointed by the FDA commissioner to this position. According to media reports, Dr. Prasad left the agency. The Wall Street Journal said the position he held at FDA was, quote, one of the most powerful officials in the federal government, and it gets to, that's end of quote, and then further quote, gets to determine whether patients get access to many life-saving medicines or not. Sadly, Dr. Prasad believes the federal government should restrict access to new treatments that could extend your life. Dr. Prasad wrote a 2016 article entitled "The Case for Rationing: Why We Should Limit Public Spending on Cancer Drugs," end of quote. Dr. Prasad says that, quote, among 71 new drugs approved for solid tumors between 2002 and 2014, the median improvement in survival is just 2 1/10 months, end of quote. He believes that when costs are large and the benefits are small, the government should restrict access. He thinks patients don't have the right to extend their lives. Dr. Prasad is a proponent of what we call government rationing of care that we see in socialized healthcare systems such as the United Kingdom and Canada. Dr. Prasad sounds like another physician, Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, who at one time wielded a lot of power in the federal government. Dr. Emanuel is considered, quote, the architect, unquote, of Obamacare and served as a special advisor for health policy to President Obama. In 2014, this architect of Obamacare wrote in The Atlantic, quote, "Why I hope to die at 75," end quote. He argues that people should just check out once they reach 75 years. Dr. Emanuel has long argued for rationing health care and treating the elderly differently because they, quote, already had more life years, end quote. You can even take an online course titled Rationing Care at the University of Pennsylvania, taught by Dr. Emanuel. The government rationing care goes by another name that we throw around, but I've talked about examples of it so you know that it's real, called socialized medicine. Socialized medicine results in longer wait times and delayed care. Here are some recent examples of outcome of socialized medicine. In January, hundreds of Canadian residents in Walkerton, Ontario, began forming a line at 2 a.m. in the dead of winter just to be put on a waiting list to see the town's new family doctor. Some residents have waited more than a decade to have a doctor in that town. In 2023, 7 1/10 million people in England were stuck on a waiting list for non-emergency hospital treatment like hip replacements. Today, that waiting list is 200,000 more at 7 3/10 million people. Now you wonder why people come to the United States for medical care from other countries. That is one of the reasons why. Of all new medicines launched between 2012 and 2021, 85% were available in the United States compared to less than 40% in Europe. We're also number one in medical advances and discoveries. For all these reasons and even more, I don't understand why Dr. Prasad and Dr. Emanuel believe in government health rationing health care. In 2023, I joined with my Republican colleagues expressing serious concern about the Biden administration's potential use of what is called quality adjusted life years, end quote, and other discriminatory metrics when it came to prescription drug programs. Places like the United Kingdom use quality adjusted life years to determine drug coverage. If the government decides a drug won't extend a person's life long enough, it will restrict access. Dr. Prasad has applauded the United Kingdom for restricting access to new treatment and said that quality adjusted life years is, quote, a good way to judge drugs, end quote. The National Council on Disability disagrees with Dr. Prasad, stating that, quote, quality adjusted life years place a lower value on treatment which extend the lives of people with chronic illnesses and disabilities. When the government gets to dictate which treatments patients can and cannot access, will we devalue people living with rare diseases, we devalue older Americans, and we devalue individuals with disabilities. The government should use every opportunity to promote a potential miracle cure or breakthrough treatment. The Food and Drug Administration should determine if a drug is safe and effective. However, it shouldn't limit access because a government bureaucrat believes the costs outweigh the benefits. The United States is a world leader in innovation and care. Why should the government shy away from testing limits of new treatments and miracle cures? The answer is we should not. We wouldn't see headlines like these if we had a different approach. Time magazine says, quote, "A baby receives the first customized CRISPR treatment," end of quote. The New York Times says, quote, "From no hope to a potential cure for a deadly blood cancer," end of quote. In recent years, I've had constituents sit in my office pleading for the government to remove red tape so that they can access potentially life-changing, life-extending treatments for Alzheimer's, Lou Gehrig's disease, cancer, and other diseases. I was proud to be a co-sponsor in 2018 of the 2018 Right to Try law that President Trump advocated for and eventually signed. That law lets people with life-threatening conditions access unapproved treatments after they've tried all treatment options and are not eligible for clinical trials. Dr. Prasad has said he's not in favor of the 2018 Right to Try law and that he, quote, "favors a strong regulatory state," end of quote. He's long criticized the FDA for approving too many treatments that, in his view, provide only marginal benefits. After he took the job at FDA, Dr. Prasad said, quote, "We will take action at the first sign of promise for rare diseases. We're not going to wait," end of quote. Given Dr. Prasad has left the FDA, we don't know if this was an empty promise. I hope that whoever takes on the role of FDA's Chief Medical and Scientific Officer and Director of the Center of Biologics Evaluation and Research will support patients who face life-threatening illnesses instead of using his or her power to restrict access to care, which I think is fairly certain we would presume that Dr. Prasad would do just the opposite. The government shouldn't get to decide when its citizens are required to give up on their own lives. This is true when a person turns 75 years old or when rare disease treatments may only extend a person's life by just a short period of time. If there is a cure or a treatment, you should be able to access it regardless of what bureaucrats think. Now, Dr. Prasad is gone. It's good that he's no longer on the government payroll. I don't know who decided to get rid of this person that shouldn't have been hired in the first place, but I want to thank them for doing that. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I know all of my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, are anxious to be able to go back home and talk to their constituents, perhaps have a long delayed medical procedure or doctor visit or simply take a family vacation during the traditional August recess. My Republican colleagues and I are likewise eager to go back home and talk about the benefits of the one big beautiful bill. I was in Amarillo, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle on Friday, and just in having a back and forth Q&A with with the folks who were there, it's evident to me that there's so much in the bill that it takes a while to really explain the benefits. We know we avoided a tax increase that would have totaled trillions of dollars, roughly benefiting $3,000 per Texas family. But there were other benefits that helped our agriculture community, things that ordinarily we would have put in a farm bill, but made sure we strengthened the safety net for the folks who produce our food and fiber. And then there are other provisions like the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security or overtime. So there's so much in the bill, it is hard to communicate, which means we need to get back home and talk about that and why it is a grand slam home run for our constituents. But having said that, I don't believe, Mr. President, that the Senate should leave town without ensuring that President Trump has his nominees and his team in place. We still have somewhere on the order of 140 backlogged nominees by this president that have been obstructed by the Democrats. We find ourselves really in an unprecedented situation where Democrats, rather than picking and choosing the nominees they choose to object to, have simply chosen to object to all of them, forcing us to burn a lot of valuable floor time that we could be using for other more constructive purposes, and delaying President Trump, who after all won the election last November, the team that he's entitled to help him govern and carry out his policies. It is absolutely unprecedented, the sort of stonewalling that we were up against. Our Democratic colleagues, after all, are the ones that are holding up this process. I know some people listening may say, well, isn't this sort of partisan gridlock normal? Well, the answer is no. We certainly have our fights here, and that's okay. That's all well and good. But the reason why Republicans are complaining and the president is complaining about Democratic obstruction is that there is no precedent for objecting to nominees by a president by allowing either a voice vote, which is a non-roll call vote, or unanimous consent when they are non-controversial nominees. So this chart to my left indicates that civilian nominees as opposed to military nominations, which the Senate also confirms, but non-military nominees confirmed by voice vote or on an expedited basis or unanimous consent during a first term. You see George Herbert Walker Bush, 98% of his nominees to Senate-confirmed positions were confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent. Again, Clinton, similar numbers, 98%. Then you get to George W. Bush and Barack Obama. That number dropped from 98% to 90%, still a pretty good record of expediting these nominees, making sure that the president, whether that president be a Democrat or Republican, have their team on board, which is what the American people voted for when they were elected. But then you see when President Trump came along, the rules of the road changed, where only 65% of his first-term nominees were confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent on an expedited basis. It literally took years for President Trump to get all of his nominees on board because of the foot dragging by our Democratic colleagues back in his first term. And then you see what goes around comes around, and then Biden's nominees, roughly 57% of them, handled on an expedited basis. But what we've seen this term, after this most recent election, is without any precedent, as you can see here. Basically, what our Democratic colleagues are saying is we will agree to no confirmation votes on Trump nominees during his second term. This is part of what I guess you'd call the resistance and the polarization of our politics, and the fact that our Democrats are not the Democrats of old. These are radicalized people who cannot agree to anything, even when it really is not something that is controversial. Again, it's fine to disagree about things that we do disagree on, that we see the world in a different way, or we think we have different and better ideas about what would serve the interests of the American people. But to mindlessly object to President Trump's nominees and to deny the American people the benefit of their vote in the last election is simply unfair. It's unfair to the American people whose interests are being harmed by denying these people from being in place and doing their job. It's unfair to President Trump, who's being denied the team that he's entitled to help him carry out his policies. And finally, it's unfair to the nominees themselves, many of whom have quit their jobs, sold their business, and are simply waiting month after month after month to be able to be confirmed. And these are people who are, by and large, not political partisans. These are people who are interested in serving their country in some capacity or another. Many of these nominees, I think roughly 30 of them, are Senate-confirmed nominees to serve as an ambassador in our embassies around the world. I don't have to remind all of us that the world has become a much more dangerous place, and the idea that the United States would not have a Senate-confirmed ambassador in these embassies around the world is simply shooting ourselves in the foot. China and Russia and our other adversaries, they certainly have their ambassadors working in each of those countries to further their interests. But the idea that the United States would be absent because Senate Democrats simply refuse to confirm these ambassadors is really beyond the pale. And it hurts not only the United States and our foreign policy and our diplomatic efforts, but it also, again, causes harm to the individuals who volunteered to give up their life and their livelihood to serve our country, just to be left hanging without any real hope of getting confirmed on a timely basis. We are not talking about lifetime tenured judges. Those obviously are sort of a different category. We're not even talking about the president's cabinet, which is a handful of his most key and most important advisors. What we're talking about really are rank and file people who are confirmed by a vote of the Senate. I personally believe that we should change the law and not require Senate confirmation for many of these positions. We simply, it is a formality, really, to have to vote on some of these nominees. For example, the Chief Counsel for Advocacy of the Small Business Administration. I'm not sure exactly why the Senate should be voting to confirm at all on somebody who's been nominated to that provision. Or the Director of the U.S. Geological Survey, or the General Counsel for the Veterans Administration. But regardless of whether or not they should be confirmed by the Senate, they currently are required to be confirmed, and the Democrats simply are mindlessly obstructing the confirmation of these non-controversial, really apolitical nominees. We also have people like the Federal Transit Administrator, the director of the Amtrak Board of Directors, all waiting for confirmation. The level of partisan gamesmanship that we're currently seeing is really something we have never seen before. And this is not healthy for the country, it's not healthy for this institution. And again, what we've tended to see is what goes around comes around. And the temptation will be, if President Trump can't get his team confirmed, when the next Democrat gets elected president of the United States, what's the natural reaction to that president's nominees? Well, it's going to be to try to do to them what they did to President Trump. I don't think that's good for the country. We need to break this logjam, and we need to do it now. And I believe if we can't reach some sort of negotiated outcome that's satisfactory to President Trump, then we need to either stay here or change the Senate rules. I believe that the status quo is unacceptable and something that has to give. But the Senate Democrats are the ones who brought us to where we are today, and they're the ones responsible for the blame. But more important than that, the American people deserve the service of these individuals who've been nominated for these various Senate-confirmed positions. President Trump's entitled to his team, and this mindless obstruction has to come to an end now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about two subjects very different in nature. I want to start with the deadline and I believe tomorrow's imposition of a 50% tariff on Brazil imports. I really appreciate what the administration's doing, trying to get other countries on notice that we are tired of unfair balance of trade. We've probably allowed it to go on for too long, so some of the chaos that some people may think the administration's creating with these tariffs is absolutely necessary to stop the chaos of the United States being unfairly positioned with trade partners. And so on that side of the ledger, I support what the administration's doing. But as somebody who advised businesses on capital expenditures, on corporate relocations, on manufacturing facilities, those sorts of things in my prior career, I'm worried about how this 50% tariff on Brazil, a country that we have a trade surplus with, undermines our credibility as we're trying to negotiate these other tariffs. Because I met with some members of the Brazilian Senate earlier this week in my office, and I actually had a number of them there. It was opposition and governing party in my office. The president has threatened a tariff on Brazil because he's not satisfied with the outcome of a judicial proceeding related to a prior leader in Brazil. I had someone who described themselves as a friend of this man who said, I am a friend of this person, and we are working to try and get that judicial outcome reversed. But we don't understand how a judicial decision of a sovereign nation would end up resulting in a tariff for a country that has a trade surplus with the United States, and I agree. And I think it really puts Brazil in an untenable situation. To avoid the tariff, they would have to disrespect their rule of law. And they would have to overturn arbitrarily something that has gone through their courts. Whether or not their courts live up to the standard of the United States, I don't know. I guess you could argue it one way or the other. But at the end of the day, they're a sovereign nation, and we have a positive balance of trade with them. And we're asking them to reverse a court decision or encounter a 50% tariff, bless you, a 50% tariff on goods coming into this country. Well, think coffee, think inputs for manufacturing, think any number of products that you buy, apparel that says made in Brazil, having a 50% tariff applied to it because our President of the United States doesn't like the outcome of a court system in a sovereign nation. So I would encourage the President to do like that Senate member in my office who's a member of the opposition, the minority party, who says he is a friend of mine, we are working through our court system, but allow us to do that. Please don't do the economic damage to a nearly 200-year-old relationship with the sovereign nation. And on that subject, I agree. Mr. President, I do want to take a moment to talk about a separate subject, and that has to do with the blue slip. Like Chair Grassley said in the Judiciary Committee, most people would not even have any idea what a blue slip is. So let me just explain. We have district court judges. District court judges, their territory remain in a given state. We have 3 districts in North Carolina. And we have a policy where if both senators must return a blue slip, I think it was literally blue at some point, I've never seen it, but they have a tradition, but they have to return a blue slip in order for a judicial nominee to move forward. And President Trump is rightfully frustrated because blue slips are not being returned. But I would urge my colleagues to respectfully tell the President that we would do damage to this institution and we would do damage to the power of individual members if we were to rescind the blue slip. I'm a great example of that. In fact, Mr. President, there were nearly 40 district judges that came open in the Biden administration that the Democrats honored the blue slip on. I'm not even going to talk about U.S. attorneys and others that are subject to the blue slip. But the Democrats honored that tradition in the 4 years that Biden was in power, and we honored that tradition in the 4 prior years that President Trump was in power. And I'm telling my colleagues, I'm retiring, Mr. President. I won't be here in 17 months. But I'm telling my colleagues, I've seen that issue cut both ways. And I've actually even seen honoring the blue slip in my unique circumstance in a way that I don't think has occurred in years. I built relationships with Democrat members that were willing to tell their chair that they wanted to honor an agreement that I had to not even confirm a circuit court judge who is not subject to the blue slip anymore. So if we really want to work agreements here and we really want the gears of the Senate to work, understand it's about relationships and trust. And the tradition of the blue ship is foundational to those relationships and trust. So rather than succumbing to the moment and the pressure to destroy a decades-old tradition, figure out how to get it done in spite of those limits. And if my colleagues invest in that, I will guarantee you, you will be in the same position someday like I was in the last part of last year to have Democrats agree with a Republican in the minority to not have a circuit court judge shoved down my throat for the circuit that I'm in. And if we yield to the pressure of the president, if we don't honor what we've heard Chair Grassley say is foundational and very, very important to the Judiciary Committee, I think those who will be here after I leave will regret it. And on a final note on that subject, Chair Grassley came to me on the Senate floor a couple of weeks ago and said, I'm polling members about whether or not we have support to end the blue slip. And I said, Chuck, Chair Grassley, you can rescind the blue slip if you feel like you have the support, but you need to understand that I will honor the blue slip for as long as I'm a U.S. Senator. And with the numbers in Judiciary Committee today, that means that regardless of what my other colleagues want to do on the blue slip, I'm simply not going to allow it for the next 17 months. So let's move on, honor it, do the work, and I guarantee you if you do, you can get a lot done here and still work within the norms of this great institution. And I want to thank Chair Grassley for being the great chair that he is and for standing up for that very moment, or for that very principle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the loss of a man who had a great impact on the city of Chicago, the Chicago Cubs, and my family. Ryne Sandberg was the greatest second baseman to ever play for the Cubs. He came to the Cubs in 1981 as part of a trade where the Phillies sent Larry Boa to the Cubs, and Dallas Green insisted on Ryne Sandberg being a part of that trade because he had seen him play. And from the get-go, Ryne Sandberg made an impact on the Chicago Cubs. Just a couple of short years later, in 1984, Ryne Sandberg led the Cubs to their first playoff appearance since the 1945 World Series. It was an MVP season for him. He hit 19 home runs. And that was just the beginning of a fantastic career. Now, I was just getting to Chicago around that time, and that season is what made me a Cubs fan. And I recall going to many games watching Ryne Sandberg play. He was one of the best second basemen in the game. He set records for home runs by second baseman, for fielding percentage, 96 consecutive games without an error. The man could do it all. And throughout his tenure at the Cubs, he did a fantastic job. In fact, 1984, who can forget the game, with all due respect to my colleagues from Missouri, 1984, he hit a home run in the 9th inning to make sure that we would have extra innings in that game against the St. Louis Cardinals, and then again in the 10th to beat them. That was the kind of competitor that Ryne Sandberg was. Throughout his career, he got a lot of hardware. He went to the All-Star game 10 times, 9 Golden Gloves, 7 Silver Slugger awards. All of these accolades reflected the kind of person he was, and is one of the reasons why Ryne Sandberg is a Hall of Famer. There's a statue of him at Wrigley Field because of his contributions to the Cubs and to the game of baseball. Ryne was just synonymous with the Cubs while he was playing for us. And he was the kind of baseball player you were proud of. He didn't say much, but when he did, people listened. But as great a baseball player as he was, the man was even better. Ryne Sandberg was the type of player you were proud to have on your team. He was a man of integrity, did what he said he was going to do, worked hard, was tenacious, was great in the clubhouse. He was a player, a coach, an alumni ambassador for us. And he gave back to the community, whether it was through Cubs charities, his own Rhino Kids Foundation, where he helped sick kids, stand up to cancer, all the things that he did to give back to the community. He was one of those people that was just a pleasure to be around. Somebody who understood the importance of the game, but also knew the people were more important. So now Ryne Sandberg is playing that eternal baseball game up in the sky. But his legacy will live on here. Countless fans will go to Cooperstown, read about his baseball exploits. But his family, his wife Margaret, 5 kids, 11 grandkids, and all the folks in the Cubs organization know how Ryne Sandberg was a man that was more than just a baseball player. He was the kind of man that was an example for all of us in this country, who played America's pastime, but knew the values of America meant taking care of our fellow citizens. Ryne will be missed, and I hope we can all reflect upon what he meant to the game, to the Cubs, and this country as an example of how we should all be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we know, inspectors general in our federal agencies, and every agency has one, have a really unique role in our federal government. They're responsible for rooting out waste and fraud, uncovering wrongdoing. They are supposed to be fearlessly independent advocates of integrity, completely nonpartisan and above the political fray. And that's the role they have performed in our government, saving millions, perhaps billions of dollars in taxpayer money, ending corruption at the highest levels, and performing a vital service for our democracy. One of the very best of our inspectors general has been Mike Missel. He was responsible for recovering more than $37 billion during his tenure at the Veterans Administration. He was the Inspector General at the VA under both Republican and Democratic administrations, widely respected by both sides of the aisle. Republican colleagues have worked with him. I have, and so have my colleagues on this side of the aisle. He was performing with extraordinary excellence and integrity until he was fired, without any cause, without any reason, by President Trump. And he was not alone. In fact, the president illegally fired 18 inspectors general. I say illegally because they are protected by statute. They can't just be fired willy-nilly without cause. And that litigation will continue. But in the meantime, those 18 inspectors general have been deprived of the opportunity to save us money, end corruption, and protect the integrity of our democracy. 18 of them, nonpartisan, independent public servant. Today, we consider Mike Missel's replacement, a woman named Cheryl Mason, who unfortunately is one of the most partisan and least independent of the nominees for Inspector General positions that we've seen in recent years. We need now more than ever independent oversight in the VA. And so to my friends, to veterans of America who may be wondering why I am standing here urging a no vote on Cheryl Mason, just consider the role of Inspector General in the VA for you as veterans. When you have a complaint about a VA facility, it's failed to give you appointments on time for care. If you have a complaint against some VA claims processor blowing you off, if you have a complaint about the system, about the failures to provide compensation and care, the Inspector General is the one who vindicates justice for you. Ultimately, we have an oversight function here in the United States Congress. I'm going to fight for you as your senator if you're from Connecticut or anywhere else. There are lots of different points where oversight and advocacy can occur on your behalf, but the Inspector General is inside the VA and has access to all of the documents, all of the information that are necessary to protect the integrity of this agency, and that person should be fearlessly independent. As a matter of fact, Cheryl Mason served on President Trump's transition team, and then she has been, for the last 6 months, senior advisor to Secretary Doug Collins, who himself has been a partisan who has dismantled the VA workforce, who has canceled contracts and endangered care and compensation from the VA. She was senior advisor when Secretary Collins illegally fired thousands of VA employees, a quarter or a third of them veterans. He fired them, and she was his senior advisor. As advisor, we have to presume she aided him in implementing policies that are expected to drive at least 30,000 public servants out of the VA by the end of the year, while refusing to fill 40,000 vacancies that have existed before he took that position. Those 30,000 who will be out of the VA by the end of the year include 1,720 registered nurses, 600 doctors, 1,150 medical support assistants, 200 police officers, 80 psychologists, and more than 1,000 claims examiners. Maybe we should be grateful the number isn't 83,000, which was his plan, and she was his senior advisor for that plan. She was a senior advisor when Secretary Collins began the process to cancel or end more than 1,600 contracts providing direct services to veterans or support for critical VA operations, including for suicide prevention and mental health treatment, cancer registries, and inspection of VA healthcare facilities. She was his senior advisor when Doug Collins wanted to end the Veterans Suicide Crisis Line, which epitomized the cruelty and stupidity of those cuts in workforce, hiring freezes, ends in contract. And despite a formal request from myself and Senator Peters, the Republican chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, refused to hold a hearing on the Mason nomination. A hearing is customary for the nomination of inspectors general, particularly one this controversial. But we did have a hearing in the VA, and it was highly illuminating. Not for what we learned, but for what she denied doing. Listen to her. She continually avoided giving committee members any specific information about her role in realigning the senior executives at the VA, or her role in the firing or reorganization, or her role in requiring employees to sign non-disclosure agreements, or any of the substantive work she's been doing as a political appointee. She denied any role in the freezes, the firings, the elimination of contracts, I said to her, well, what have you been doing? And we got no straight answer. She was evasive, and her evasiveness was illuminating. She refused to commit to conducting any investigation of employee terminations that were found illegal by the courts. She refused to condemn President Trump's illegal firing of her predecessor and other attorneys general. She has a conflict of interest here. She served as a senior advisor for 6 months while policies were devised and implemented that now she will have to review as a supposedly independent Inspector General. When you, my fellow veterans, have complaints, that's not the kind of advocate that you need. That's not the kind of investigator of corruption or waste that the country deserves. And that's not what we need from an Inspector General in the VA. Veterans and taxpayers deserve an independent, nonpartisan Inspector General who will conduct investigations free from interference and any collusion from the administration. Someone who is accountable and transparent. Someone who comes forward candidly and forthrightly with the truth, not evading questions that are posed by senators or the public. We simply cannot have faith that she's going to be the kind of Inspector General that our veterans deserve and the country needs at this moment. We can't have faith that she will be unbiased in her judgment relating to President Trump or Secretary Collins. She is supposed to be judging them, but she is beholden to them, and she has been part and parcel of the policies and actions of this administration that have been so dangerous and damaging to the VA in these past months. Our veterans deserve better than a political loyalist who's going to be rubber stamping those policies. Her confirmation, in fact, will diminish the credibility of the Office of Inspector General at the VA and in other agencies as well. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this nomination. We can do better. The country needs and deserves better. And maybe most important, our veterans need and deserve better. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Lucas nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I also ask for unanimous consent that the previously scheduled vote occur immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Justice, Gadiakis Saralta of Florida to be Director of the United States Marshal Service.
The question occurs in the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsabrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines,
Madam President.
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. McConnell. I'm looking. Mr. McConnell. Oh. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Thank you. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slatkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock.
My three, I got one.
Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Capito, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Schmidt, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Risch, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Markey, Merkley, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
Thanks, Rick.
The nays are 39 and the nomination is confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 39, the nays are, sorry, the yeas are 59, the nays are 39, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action. The question now occurs on the Mason nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Heinrich, Kim, King, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schiff, Smith, and Welch. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Sir Tuberville. Sir Tuberville. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 43, the nays are... On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Andrea Lucas of Virginia to be a member of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission for a term expiring July 1st, 2030, reappointment, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Andrea Lucas of Virginia to be a member of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission for a term expiring July 1, 2030 shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Collins, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Johnson, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Mr. Langford, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hirono, King, Murray, Ossoff, Schiff, Warnock, and Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, No. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye.
Oh, this.